And so we are going to be playing the Purim game, or it's going to be the Purim campaign. They're called campaigns, games. I personally do not know very much about Dungeons and Dragons. So we're going to be rolling at different junctures to find out what happens next. We'll also be rolling to call up some of you who are holding cards with numbers on them when we need a few more people up on the stage. So I'm your DM or Dungeon Master, and I'm going to be setting the scenes and guiding the characters through our game. So we begin with two parties. In those days, when King Ahasuerus occupied the royal throne in the fortress Shushan, the king gave a banquet for 7 days in the court of the king's palace garden for all the people who lived in the fortress Shushan, high and low alike. There were hangings of white cotton and blue wool, caught up by cords of fine linen. There was a pavement of marble, alabaster, mother of pearl, and mosaics. Royal wine was served in abundance, and the rule for the drinking was no restrictions. So imagine the scene, if you will. Crowds of men dressed in silk and linen, most of them drunk, over there on that side, sitting or lying on couches or even on the floor, with serving people weaving through, pouring drinks and wiping wine up off the floor and, well, sometimes vomit. At the same time, Queen Vashti is throwing a banquet over here on the other side for all the wives and mistresses and girlfriends of all the men. And the women, too, are drinking and eating with abandon, enjoying each other's company without having any men around who they have to please, and, braiding each other's hair the way women do.
Your Majesty, we are in awe of the splendid bounty you set before us. The only thing, speaking both genuinely and literally, that could exceed it would be the sight of your queen in her crown, just as we see some of our princely consorts.
It is true that her crownly beauty is legendary.
Would that we might see just how your queen's qualities overshadow all others.
The human, go to the queen's feast. Tell Queen Vashti that she must come in her crown to bear herself and impress my princes. I demand it. Use just those words.
Long live the king. Come on.
Your Majesty, your royal husband bade me relay that he says you must come show yourself in your crown to impress his princes. He demands it.
So to determine how Vashti is going to react, I'm going to roll a charisma roll for the king to see how convincing he is. Is she going to want to come? 5. That's pretty low. He is not very charismatic. And so Vashti.
Where am I? No, I have to do the other one. It's the other one, right?
No, it's the first page.
Oh, it's the second
Page
4.
Oh, page 4.
Oh, good Lord, that's what I was doing. Okay. Even if it should impress the princes with my qualities, that will not make up for the lack in the king's wits. Use just those words.
Your Majesty, your royal queen says that impressing the princes with her qualities would not make up for the lack in
My what?
your wits, sire.
Well, a wife, even a queen, is bold to speak so to her husband.
The human? Tell Queen Vashti that the only thing in all 127 provinces more compelling and worshipful than her beauty is the word of her king. Tell her that she must come. She's embarrassing me.
Are you sure? Yes, Your Majesty. My Majesty Queen.
I heard him. I'll consider it.
Okay, so now we have a persuasion check to see if the king succeeds in getting her to accede to his wishes. Oh, it's a nat 20. The king succeeds.
Mehuman, tell the king I have considered, and ask whether there is not some way that he may compel the worship of the princes without costing my shame. Ask him. I will do anything at his word, but not diminish both of us. I wait with my ladies for his command.
Your Majesty.
I heard her. Tell her if she does not come now in her crown, tell her that I'll send her away.
Surely, King, no man may abide such disobedience.
Tell her I'll send her away.
I heard him.
Okay, intimidation check to see if she can withstand him. Ooh, the king does not succeed.
Okay. Tell my husband that the word of a man, even a king, no. Oh, jeez. Why? Okay. Attend me, ladies. I go on a journey. You should too.
And so it was that Vashti, who refused to obey the king, was made to leave the court of King Ahasuerus.
Get the next one.
So after a while, the king felt sad that he didn't have a queen anymore. So he decides to hold a pageant to choose a new queen. And this is one of the things that we need a few people for. We need some more contestants. So I'm going to choose 3 contestants by rolling the die. Who has number 6? All right, come on up. And number 11. All right. And number 10. Well, you need to be dressed up for this. There you go, Madame. All right, so the king is going to ask you a question. You're each going to have an opportunity to step up to the mic and answer it, okay?
Welcome to all of you. Before I choose, I wish to hear from each of you. Tell me if you were to throw me a feast, what would you serve me for dessert?
Ellen?
Go on, don't be shy.
I would serve you pfeffernuss.
What? Next.
I would serve Hamantaschen.
Excellent, excellent.
What's Hamantaschen?
Madame?
I would serve you rare and unusual gelato from Israel.
Gelato from Israel. Woo. And finally, our last contestant.
My lord, I would serve you creme brulee with fresh berries on top and more berries, strawberries coated in chocolate on the side. Yeah.
Okay, so Esther, you're going to roll for charisma.
Oh no. Oh no, it's going everywhere. I think that's a 9.
9, you needed a 7.
Oh my god.
So Ahasuerus, who do you choose?
I choose you.
All right. Thank you so much, contestants. You may go back to your seats. See, that wasn't that hard. But now we also are going to need 2 more people. We're going to need a couple of guards. At some point, you can drop your boas off over here on the costume table, contestants, or I'll come and get them from you. Thank you. So for this next scene, we're going to need a couple of guards. So I'm going to roll a couple more times and see who we get. Just shout out if it's a number we already had. You don't have to come up twice. 17. All right. And 20. 20? All right.
Oh, girly. Oh. Emily.
All right, so guards, you can just go on up there until the captain of the guard tells you what to do. That's me. All right. But before we get to that, we have a new scene. So we are now in the courtyard of King Ahasuerus' palace. And I want you to imagine a courtyard with fountains and trees where people can freely pick and eat figs and dates as they ripen. Maybe they can't get to the dates, but they can get to the figs. And there is shade and the tinkling of the water. The pavement is white marble. And this is where Mordecai spends his time making sure that Esther is doing okay. Mordecai, what do you do all the time when you're in the courtyard?
Well, after I daven, I like to hang out at Starbucks and with schmooze with my buddies. And I keep a little eye open for some cute little courtiers.
Oh, right. Well, you're keeping yourself busy. That's nice. So there's lots of other people around. And if there's, Lori, do you want to be another person in the courtyard? And there's a couple of shady characters. Mordecai, what do you want to do when you notice these shady characters over there with their hats?
I want to roll for perception.
Okie dokie.
Right.
Okay. A 3? Oh, well, that's pretty low. So let's, so you're not going to be able to hear them from a distance. So you better roll for dexterity and see if you can sneak up on them close.
Dexterity. $11.
11, that's going to do the trick. Excellent. You needed really like a 10. So, all right, and now we're going to check on their intelligence.
Uh-oh.
So I'm going to do what?
You can roll it over here.
I can roll it over here? Yeah, Oh, my goodness, a 3. All right, so that was a 3. So that's very low intelligence. They have basically no intelligence, and they are quite indiscreet about their plans.
Forsooth, the king is nothing but abusive. Royal rank he has, but deserves it not.
Methinks it is time to end his reign. Are you with me, fine fellow?
Indeed I am.
I will invite his guards to drink with me and drug them with a potion so that they do not know their right hand from their left.
And I will take my trusty dagger into his bedchamber and relieve him of his life.
Oh, I must report them.
Okay, so you're going to roll for persuasion to see if you can persuade the captain of the guard.
Where is he?
All right, just roll it. Roll that sucker.
18.
18? Well, that is definitely going to do the trick. Guards, seize them. It's okay, they won't resist. It's over for you two.
Foiled again.
All right. So good, you can leave. You've taken them off somewhere. We don't know where they are now. You've taken them away. All right. Well done, Mordecai. I will see that this is recorded in the King's Chronicle. Okay, we're still in the courtyard, and Haman comes in.
I am Haman, the king's right hand. You are bowing to me. Everyone must bow.
I will not bow.
Okay, you're going to roll for a wisdom check. Let's see if you can resist Haman's power. Okay, let's go. Oh no! 12. A 12. All right, now I'm going to roll to see if Haman can intimidate you. A 6. Haman cannot intimidate you. So, Haman, are you going to try to make him bow?
I said bow.
I will not bow.
And there it is. All right. So now we're in a different setting now. We're in the king's bedchamber. So imagine a plush Persian carpet on the floor and a luxurious bed filled with the down of 200 swans. But unfortunately, the king can't sleep, and so he calls his steward, who is reading to him from his chronicles.
There was a time 2 traitors tried to kill you with a plot, except then acted Mordecai, and now those 2 live not.
Haman? Haman, imagine I were to honor you as a hero. How would I do it?
3 virgins?
3 virgins. 3 venti virgin macchiatos about his speed.
And also, put that person on your very own horse, wearing your second best royal cloak, and lead him through the streets of Shushan, while all the people cheer.
Yes! Beautiful! You will do this for Mordecai.
What? Arr!
Okay, so Haman, you're humiliated by having to honor Mordecai, and you're angrier than ever. So unfortunately for Mordecai and all of the Jews, you can't let this stand. So you're going to get the king to decree that all the Jews are to be destroyed. You're going to roll to choose when. And that's a 12. So when are you going to do it?
Okay. The 12th month, the month of Adar. That is when Mordecai and all the Jews will be done for.
You don't want to neglect the evil laugh. That's about standards. Okay, so thank you, Haman. I'll just point out that actually in the actual Purim story, Haman does basically roll dice to choose the day for the massacre of the Jews, even though he was not technically playing D&D. So some time has passed. We're back in the courtyard. Mordecai, you're hanging out, on that side maybe, a little bit more over there. And Harold comes out with a proclamation.
Hear ye, a proclamation from the king. Everyone must prepare themselves on the 13th day of the 12th month, that is the month of Adar. You shall destroy, massacre, and exterminate all the Jews, young and old, children and women, on that single day and plunder their possessions.
Mordecai, what do you want to do?
I must tell Esther.
Okay, Esther comes out to meet you, so you need to convince her to go to the king, but it's not going to be easy. So for every argument you make, you're going to roll for persuasion. You need a total of 20, which is pretty high. So make your first argument.
Uncle,
after.
I can see that something's wrong. What's happening?
Esther, the king has issued an edict that our people are going to be annihilated. Esther, you have access to the king. You're the only one who can sway him. You have to save our people. You have to persuade the king not to do this.
Okay, Mordecai, you're going to roll. Let's see how you do with persuading Esther. 16. That's pretty good, but it's not enough, Esther.
But the king has not summoned me, and I stand to be executed if I go to him without being summoned. I can't.
Esther, you have to. Our people are depending on you. You can be a hero. You've been called for this mission. This is your moment, Esther. You have to.
Okay, roll.
A 2.
A 2. So what are we up to? What was the last one?
16.
So that's 18. We don't have enough yet.
Uncle, I haven't even told him that I'm Jewish. If I tell him, then I'll die anyway. Like, I can't save us. I just want to survive.
Esther, if our people are destroyed, you will be destroyed also. You won't be saved. You have to do this.
Okay, roll and see if it works.
That's a 6. But that doesn't matter.
A 6.
It's
A 6 puts us over 20, and the persuasion is done.
all right. I'm really scared, but I have to do this for my people. Tell them that for me, they must fast for 3 days, hopefully to get some goodwill with, and then on the 3rd day, I'll go to him.
Yashikolach.
All right. Good job. All right, so we switch scenes again. Haman, you can go sit down. Where the king is hanging in his anteroom of the throne room, I think, and just hanging there. And Esther, you've decided to go and see him unbidden.
Yes, I want to invite him and Haman to a feast, but I have to convince him to not execute me for coming without being summoned. So I'm going to roll for persuasion.
Okay, you're going to need a 10.
All right. That's a 12.
All right, that's going to do it. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm not expecting anyone. enter if you dare.
Your Majesty, I apologize for intruding on your solitude, but I must beg audience.
Oh, oh my. Oh, well. Well, isn't it nice to see you, dear? What may I do for you?
Well, I was hoping that you and your exalted Minister Haman would come to a feast that I will provide for you. There will be creme brulee.
We'd be delighted.
Great.
Awesome. So now we go to the feast. We're in the royal dining room. Haman is there, sitting in the throne over here, and the king is over there. Esther, what's your plan?
Well, I've wined and dined them, and I'm planning to reveal my identity and expose Haman.
Okay, we're going to have a showdown coming up between Haman and Esther, where you'll each roll, and we'll see who it is who can convince the king.
All right. Your Majesty and your honor, Minister Haman, there is an important matter that I must bring to your attention.
Yes, what might that be?
My dear king, I'm so grateful for all that you've done for me, but I fear that I and my people are in grave danger. You see, my lord, you were tricked into issuing an edict to annihilate me and my people.
What? I've done no such thing. There's been no edict to kill beautiful women with dark hair and almond eyes. How could there have been an edict that would affect you?
Well, you see, my king, I am more than just a beautiful woman with dark hair and gorgeous almond eyes. I am also a Jew. And you have issued an edict that all Jews are to be killed.
What? How? Why? When?
It is Haman who tricked you into doing this. He is a traitor and a murderer.
Okay, now it's time for our showdown. Esther, you're going to roll for persuasion.
I got a 17.
All right, that's solid. Haman, you're going to roll as well.
That's a 13.
A 13. So, Esther, you prevail.
Haman? How dare you? I'll deal with you shortly. Esther, it's really too bad. I can't really do all that much about this. Once an edict has been issued, it can't be repealed. We have no checks, no balances, and I can't really afford to look. Wait, you understand?
Well, my king, how about this? How about you issue another edict that says that the Jews can defend themselves against those who would attack them, and then you look more powerful because it's another executive order.
I like it. It's sporting. Do it. And Haman, guards! Guards! Take him away and execute him.
Yeah! Thank you, my king.
All right. The guard takes him away for a couple's skate. Mazal Tov, Mordechai, and Esther, our campaign is concluded. You are heroes and you have saved your people. All right. So I hope that was fun for everyone. That was fun for us. So now we're going to make our transition to our Megillah reading. So I need to do a little bit of setup. So why don't you go and have another Hamantaschen and come back in, let's say 10 minutes, and we'll start Act 2, Megillah, the reading.
Great job. Yes, great job.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Folks who have number cards, you're welcome to return them to me or not, as you choose.
All right. Where's my other payas? Uh-oh, I think I lost the payas.
Is the next step for you being a referee? You're all mic'd up.
After further review,
Oh, that was fun. That was fun. We did good. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun. Hey. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun.
where the heck did your mustache come from?
I think I lost the payas here. I have it. Oh, got tangled in my. Yeah, I'll have to go to my.
Oh, you got the hat with the pants?
Yeah, Pam made it. I think Pam made it. Mara, it worked. Worked beautifully.
Our curtain.
I think I've been typecast.
Yeah, no, you're a Marty. Nobody's
I'm a Morty.
Mordecai.
Yeah, I was.
To the prince?
No, I was Mordecai.
She embodies his character. He's a
I'm a yid. I'm a yid. Yeah.
This table?
Nancy, I wanted to call. I wanted to call you and wish you a good trip.
Oh, thank you.
And just tell you it was so fun being out with you and Lori and Elaine.
This is from my last trip.
Oh, so beautiful.
'Cause you like to
I
write
love
letters.
paper and I love to write.
7-Eleven. And I saw that they had this, and I thought, how cute is that? Gail would like
That is so sweet. That is so sweet. So on my way here, I used car service and I lost my cell phone. So I'm hoping I called the car service.
Yeah.
They called the number. The driver said nothing rang in his car. I'm hoping I left it home.
Okay.
I'm
Is Bob
hoping
home?
he's teaching tonight. He'll be here.
Maybe you left him home.
Maybe I did.
Right.
You know?
All right. It's just a thing.
It's just a thing.
But I know it's frustrating, right?
It's just I have a lot of photos that are very meaningful on it. But
Are they on the cloud?
I'm not technologically, it took me years before I got one of these modern phones. And
Okay.
She'll call the police.
Shirley, good to see you.
You look like a Hasidim.
Hasidim of Purim.
Oh, yeah, that's you. Are you on vacation?
Ça va bien, ça va bien.
Can you grab me one too?
Bob fractured his shoulder
All right.
two months ago. Il y a deux mois. But he's okay. He's okay. He's doing PT.
Me too. I've been doing it for 6 months now.
For what?
For my PT, for my shoulder, I cannot
Your shoulder.
That's the reason you can see it. Because I don't have this in my
There's a call.
l'épaule gauche.
L'épaule gauche.
L'épaule gauche, l'épaule droite.
L'épaule droite. Elle, il a
I-E-A-U-L-E. L'épaule.
épaulette.
Oui, nous avons des épaulettes.
Je m'assis. Ah. Bob will be here later. Bob will be here later. Oh. So if you want the ride, ask him. Okay?
Thank you so much. Yes, you too.
There's teaching. I'm really into my Mordecai now.
Chag Purim, Chag Gadol Hal. Kule Yehudim, Masechot, Rashanim, Zimrot, Verikudim. Havanerisha, Rash, Rash, Rash. Havanerisha, Rash, Rash, Rash. Havanerisha, Rash, Rash, Rash. Barashanim. Purim Day, gladsome, joyous holiday. Happy throng, singing songs, masked and dancing gaily. Round go the groggers, rush, rush, rush. Round go the groggers, rush, rush, rush. Round go the roggers, rush, rush, rush. For this is Purim Day. So I have song sheets.
Oh, you got tangled there.
Okay, everybody, we're about to get started with our Megillah reading. I want to just give one more shout out to our amazing cast of our Purim Spiel, who came along with me on a journey when they didn't quite know what was going to happen and they weren't sure they were going to like it. And yet they were game. I mean, and honestly, it's like that every year. But I'm very deeply appreciative of that. Also, we had two people who were absolutely essential to helping with the writing this year. And one of them is Rafael Gonzalez, who is here over there. And you want to give a wave? Yeah, there you go. And Dan Orr, who also played King Ahasuerus. He went to take his son home, but both of them were absolutely integral to the process because I did not know very much about Dungeons and Dragons at all. And so they were a huge help, as were Michael Rose and Hanalina Hoover, who also know about Dungeons and Dragons. My final shout out is to our costumers, Mara Mara Schwarzstein, and Pam Glansman, who unfortunately is under the weather this evening, and so she's not here. Is she on Zoom? Okay. All right, but they are also completely essential to this process. So I'm just so happy about all of that and all of those people. So we're going to do our version of the Megillah reading, which is in English and also abbreviated. I will remind you that some years ago, I thought to myself, we are adults, we should actually read the whole Megillah. And so I got copies of the whole Megillah in English, and we read the whole Megillah in English. And afterwards, everybody said to me, Rabbi, that was so boring. Do not ever do that again. And so we have not done that again. And so now we will do an abbreviated version. Remember that, Lori? I know, right? Yes, Lori hated that. And with good reason. It was long and boring. Did I not say you were right? I meant to say you were right. I said with good reason. Okay, and Lori Pandolfo was right. It is a holiday. Okay, so here is our practice for how we do this. Everybody, I think, knows that when we're supposed to drown out the name of Haman. Okay, so you'll be able to follow along in your book. So you'll be able to see when Haman's name is coming. It's not so much you listen for Haman's name and then make a lot of noise. You're supposed to drown out Haman's name. So when you see it coming, you can get started with the drowning of the name. But you know, we like to make noise for all sorts of things. And so we make various shout outs for the other characters as well. So when we mention Mordechai, who is a hero of our story, we say, woohoo! Yeah. And when we mention Achashverosh, we say Gesundheit, or Labriut, or bless you, any language you choose. When we hear about Vashti, we say, you go, girl. And Esther, because she is so very beautiful, we go, ah. It's not my favorite one, but we've been doing it for a lot of years. And you know, you can't change things once you have done them for a lot of years, or even 1 year. Okay, we are going to begin in the book on page 86, which has the blessings before reading the scroll of Esther. The scroll of Esther is called the Megillah. So when people talk about the whole Megillah, they're usually talking about the scroll of Esther. But actually, there are 5 Megillahs, that are read throughout the course of the year, and this is the only one that is called just the Megillah. The other ones are called by their names. Does anybody know what the other 4 scrolls are that we read? Anybody have any thoughts on any of them? So one of them we read during Passover. What's that one? What? No, that's not one of the scrolls. They're all books of the Bible. Song of Songs. I heard somebody shout it out. Was that you, Robert? Yes, that's correct. Is your name Robert? Ma'am? Okay, so we read Song of Songs, the love story between God and the Jewish people that frankly is pretty racy, for Passover. Shavuot. What do we read at Shavuot? Which book of the Bible? Ruth, that's right. Excelente. Ruth Belay, got it. At Sukkot, we read, anyone? Ecclesiastes is correct. And at Tisha B'Av, very sad holiday. What do we do at Tisha B'Av? Lamentations. Having ended on the saddest one, we return to Esther, the Megillah, for this evening. On page 86 at the bottom of the page, please join me. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu al mikra Megillah. We praise you, O God, sovereign of existence, who has hallowed our lives with commandments and commanded us to read this scroll. At the top of 87, Shehechianu. Let's do the lounge version. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechianu v'kimanu v'higianu lazman hazeh. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechianu v'kimanu v'higianu lazman hazeh. Amen. Beautiful. Blessed are you, Adonai, our God, ruler of the universe, who did miracles. Oh, wait. We shouldn't have done Shechianu quite yet. Who has kept us alive, sustained us, and brought us to this festive day. Now we'll back up to the prayer for miracles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asa nisim lavotenu ve'imotenu bayamim hahem bazman hazeh. We praise you, O God, sovereign of existence, who did miracles for our ancestors in those days as at this season. Okay, what's the other holiday where we say that particular blessing about miracles? Hanukkah, correctamundo. Okay, now turn to page 91, because we're going to read the English, but we're not going to read all of the English. I have it marked up in the giant book here. You don't have it marked up, but we will tell you. Also, I don't want to read this whole thing by myself, or even any of it. So if you are interested in reading, you just simply come up and sit in the chair, and then you will be the next reader. And how do you know that a next reader is needed? The chair is empty. Very good. You're all very smart. You're very smart. Okay. I guess I'll start because there's nobody in the chair. So somebody come. Now, it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus, the same Ahasuerus, who reigned from India as far as Ethiopia over 127 provinces, that in those days, when the king Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom in Shushan the capital, in the 3rd year of his reign, that he gave a banquet for all his officers and servants, etc., etc., etc. Verse 8. And the drinking was according to the law. There was no compulsion, for the king had commanded all the officers of his house to do according to every man's pleasure. Queen Vashti also, Queen Vashti? Yeah, we're still warming up, I can tell. Also gave a banquet for the women in the royal house of King Ahasuerus. Ellen, if you please. Reader number 12.
Oh, okay. On the 7th day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, he commanded Mehuman, Bezethah, Harbana, Bigtha, Abaxa, Zetar, Carcass, the 7 eunuchs who attended King Ahasuerus. Nothing, huh? To bring, I have to turn the page, right? Okay.
Wrong direction.
Wrong direction, of course. It's in English. So because it's English, that's why.
Oh, this page intentionally left.
To blank, intentionally.
Ish. Okay, page 95.
Okay, up here. No end here?
I guess not.
Okay, all right. Queen Vashti,
You go, girl.
before the king, wearing the royal crown to show her beauty to the people and to the nobles, for she was beautiful. But Queen Vashti
You go, girl.
refused to come at the king's command conveyed by the eunuchs. This enraged the king greatly, and his anger burned inside of him. Then the king said to the sages who knew the times, for it was his royal custom to consult all who knew law and judgment, those closest to him being, again, oh God, Karshena, Shethar, Admarta, Tarshish, Meres, Marsena, and Memucan, the 7 nobles of Persia and Media who had access to the king and held first place in the kingdom.
Even then, the media was involved.
Right. What law shall be applied to Queen Vashti,
You go, girl.
since she had not obeyed the command of King Ahasuerus
Gesundheit.
conveyed by his eunuchs? Then Memucan answered before the king and the nobles, Queen Vashti
You go, girl.
has not only done wrong to the king, but also the nobles and to all the people in the provinces of King Ahasuerus.
Gesundheit.
For this deed of the queen will be reported to all women. Their husbands will appear contemptible to them when they hear the news. King Ahasuerus
Gesundheit.
ordered Queen Vashti
You go, girl.
to be brought before him, and she did not come. Yikes. This is not going to go well. This very day, the ladies of Persia and Media, who have heard of the deed of the queen, will tell it all the king's nobles. There will be a surfeit of contempt and anger. More?
Yeah.
Okay.
Say reader 3.
No. If it please the king, let a royal command go out from him, and let it be written into the laws of the Persians.
The next page, intentionally left.
Yes.
Blank.
Aha. And we're here. Okay. And Medes, okay, which no one can revoke. That Vashti came no more before King Ahasuerus,
Gesundheit.
and let the king give her royal position to someone who is more worthy. And when this royal decree, which he will make, is heard throughout all the kingdom, all his kingdom, which is great, all the wives shall give honor to their husbands, both high and low.
Thank you.
Hey.
Frima. Is this going to work? Let me get a stool.
No stool, no stool.
No stool? You don't want a stool?
No.
Okay. You're right here.
And the advice pleased the king and the nobles, and the king did what Memucan had suggested. He sent letters to all the king's provinces, to every province according to its form of script, and to every people according to its language, that every man should be master in his own house and speak his own language. After these events, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus
Gesundheit.
had subsided, he remembered Vashti and
You go,
what
girl.
she had done and what had been decreed against her. The king's servants who attended him then said, "Let beautiful young virgins be sought out for the king, and let the king appoint officers in all the provinces of his kingdom, that they may gather together all the beautiful young virgins to Shushan the capital, to the house of the women, into the custody of Haggai, the king's eunuch, in charge of the women, and let their ointments be given to them, and let the maiden who pleases the king be queen instead of Vashti."
Go, girl.
And the advice pleased the king, and he did so. Now in Shushan, the capital, there was a certain Jew whose name was Mordecai,
Woohoo!
the son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a Benjaminite. He had been carried away from Jerusalem with the captives who had been carried away with Jeconiah, king of Judah.
Yeah, good luck turning the pages.
Yes, nice art.
Whom King
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon had carried away, and he brought up Hadassah, that is Esther,
Ah.
his uncle's daughter, for she had neither father nor mother. The maid was fair and beautiful. When her father and mother died, Mordecai adopted her as his own daughter.
Thank you, Freema. And now we go to, well, not totally the other end of the spectrum. Josh,
Where are we?
we are right here.
All right.
So we're on page 103, verse 8.
It came to pass when the king's command and his decree was heard, and when many maidens were brought together to Shushan the capital, into the custody of Haggai, that Esther was also, that's right, was also brought to the king's house. Got to get used to that. Into the custody of Haggai, keeper of the women. The girl pleased him, and she received kindness from him. He speedily gave her ointments and her potions, and the 7 maidens chosen to be given to her from the king's house. And he moved her and her maidens into the best place of the house of the women. Esther had not revealed her people or her kindred, for Mordecai had told her not to reveal it.
Okay, we're skipping to page 107, verse 16.
This is such a hefty book.
It is a hefty book.
107. I love it. 107.
Yeah, I got it.
I do that. Right
Here, verse
Very
16. It's the first full paragraph on the page,
Okay.
I think.
From Esther was taken to King Ahasuerus
Gesundheit.
into his royal house in the 10th month, which is the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved Esther above all other women, and she won more grace and favor with him than all the virgins, so that he set the royal crown upon her head and made her queen instead of Vashti.
You go, girl.
Then the king gave a great banquet for all his nobles and servants, Esther's banquet. And he granted a remission of taxes to the provinces, and he gave gifts as befits a king.
And he funded it with tariffs. Skipping down to verse 21. Oh, is this new reader? Yeah. Oh,
reader.
well, it's crossed out.
I'm happy to keep going if you want me.
Why don't you keep going?
Okay. That's good. In those days, while Mordecai
Woohoo!
sat in the king's gate, two of the king's eunuchs, Bigthan and Teresh, who guarded the door, became disaffected and tried to lay hands on King Ahasuerus.
Gesundheit.
But the plot became known
This page blank.
to Mordecai.
Woo!
All right. Who revealed it to Queen Esther.
Ah.
And Esther told the king in Mordecai's name.
Woohoo!
The matter was investigated and it was found to be true. They were both hanged on a tree, and it was written in the book of the Chronicles in the presence of the king. After these things, Ahasuerus
Gesundheit.
promoted Haman.
Oh.
All right, making some noise here. The son of Hamadatha, the Agagite, and elevated him and set his seat above all the nobles that were with him. And all the king's servants in the king's gate bowed and prostrated themselves before Haman, for the king had so commanded concerning him. But Mordecai would not bow down nor prostrate himself. Then the king's servants in the king's gate said to Mordecai, why do you transgress the king's command? Now, when they spoke to him daily, and he did not listen to them, they told Haman to see whether Mordecai's conduct would prevail, for he had told them that he was a Jew. When Haman saw that Mordecai would not bow down or prostrate himself, Haman was filled with rage, but he disdained to lay hands on Mordecai alone, for they had told him of Mordecai's people. So Haman sought to exterminate all the Jews throughout the whole kingdom of Ahasuerus,
Gesundheit.
Mordecai, and all his people. In the first month, that is the month of Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus,
Gesundheit.
they cast Pur, which means the lot, before Haman from day to day and from month to month to the 12th month, the month Adar. Then Haman said to King Ahasuerus,
Gesundheit.
there is a certain people scattered abroad and dispersed among the people in all the provinces of your kingdom, and their laws are different from every other people, nor do they keep the king's law. Therefore, it is not in the king's interest to tolerate them. If it please the king, let it be written that they may be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents of silver into the hands of those in charge of the business to bring it into the king's treasuries. Then the king took the ring from his hand and gave it to Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, right? The Jews' enemy. The king then said to Haman, the silver is yours and the people as well, to do with them as it pleases you.
Okay, go to verse 13.
You got it. The letters were sent by couriers to all of the king's provinces to destroy, to kill, and to exterminate all the Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, and to plunder their possessions.
Thank you. Excellent. Woo, that was a mouthful. Okay, next reader, page 119, starting with verse 4.
When Mordecai learned all that had happened, Mordecai rent his clothes and put on a sackcloth and ashes. He went out in the midst of the city and cried out with a loud and bitter cry. He came within sight of the king's gate, for no one could enter the king's gate clothed with sackcloth. And in every province, wherever the king's command and decree came, there was a great mourning among the Jews, and fasting and weeping and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's maidens and eunuchs came and told her, the queen was exceedingly distressed. And she sent garments to clothe Mordecai
Woo!
so that he could take off his sackcloth, but he would not accept them.
Okay, we're skipping to the next page, verse 13.
Oops. Which is.
Here.
Okay. Then Mordecai commanded them to
Woo!
answer Esther.
Ah.
Do not think in your heart that you, of all the Jews, will not think in your heart that you, of all the Jews, will escape because you are in the king's house. For if you remain completely silent at this time, relief and deliverance will come to the Jews from another place. But you and your father's house will be destroyed. And who knows whether you have not come into royal estate for such a time as this? Then Esther bade them return this answer to Mordecai.
Woohoo!
Go and gather together all the Jews that are in Shushan, and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. I and my maidens will also fast. Then I will go unto the king, though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish. So Mordecai went his way and did just as Esther had commanded him.
Keep going.
And it came to pass on the third day that Esther put on her royal apparel and stood in the inner court of the king's house, facing the king's house, while the king sat upon his royal throne in the royal house, facing the entrance of the king's house. And when the king saw Esther and the queen standing in the court, she obtained favor in his sight, and the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. So Esther drew near and touched the top of the scepter. Then the king said to her, "What is your petition, Queen Esther? And what is your request? Even as half the kingdom it will be given to you." And Esther answered, "If it please the king, let the king and Haman come today to the banquet which I prepared for him." Then the king said, "Tell Haman to hurry to do as Esther has said." So the king and Haman came to the banquet which Esther had prepared. When the king said to Esther during the banquet of wine, "What is your petition, Queen Esther? What is your request? Even if it's half the kingdom, it will be done." So Esther answered and said, "My petition and request is this. If I obtain favor in the sight of the king, and if it please the king to grant my petition and to fill my request, let the king and Haman come to the banquet which I shall prepare for them, and I will do tomorrow as the king has said." Haman went out that day joyful and with a glad heart. When Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate, and he did not stand up or even move for him, he was filled with rage against Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman restrained himself. And when he came home, he sat and called for his friends and for Zeresh, his wife. And Haman told them about the splendor of his wealth and about his many children, and all about how the kings had promoted him, and how he had advanced him above the nobles and servants of the king. And Haman said, "Even if Esther the queen, let no one come in with the king to the banquet that she had prepared except me. And tomorrow I am again invited by her together with the king. But all this means nothing to me as long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate." Then Zeresh's wife and all his friends said to him, "Let a gallows be made, 50 cubits high, and speak to the king tomorrow that Mordecai can be hanged. Then go merrily with the king to the banquet." The proposal pleased Haman, and he caused the gallows to be made. That night sleep fled from the king, and he commanded to bring back the book of records of the Chronicles, and they were read before the king. And it was found written that Mordecai had told of Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs, keepers of the door, who tried to lay hands on King Ahasuerus.
Gesundheit.
And the king said, "What honor and dignity has been bestowed upon Mordecai for this?" And they'd send the king's servants who ministered to him. Nothing has been done for him. And the king said, "Who in the court?" Now Haman had entered the outer court of the king's house to speak to the king to hang Mordecai on the gallows which he had prepared for him. So the king's servant said to him, "Behold, Haman is standing in the court. Let him enter," said the king. So the king's servant said to him, "Behold, Haman is standing in the court. Let him enter," said the king. So Haman came in, and the king said to him, "What shall be done to the man whom the king delights to honor?" Now Haman thought in his heart, "Whom would the king delight to honor more than myself?" And Haman answered the king, for the man who the king delights to honor, let royal apparel be brought which the king has worn, and a horse which the king has ridden, with a royal crown set upon his head. And let this garment and horse he deliver to the hand of one of the king's most exalted nobles. And let them clothe the man whom the king delights to honor, and bring him on horseback through the square of the city, and proclaim before him, thus shall be done to the man whom the king delights to honor. Then the king said to Haman, make haste and take the apparel and the horse as you have said, and do this to Mordecai the Jew, who sits at the king's gate. Let nothing fail of all of you that have spoken. Haman then took the apparel and the horse, and clothed Mordecai, and brought him back on horseback through the square of the city, and proclaimed before him, thus shall be done to the man whom the king delights to honor.
Why don't we stop there?
Okay.
Thank you. Alan. Okay.
Then Mordecai returned to the king's gate, but Haman hastened home, mourning, with his head covered. When Haman told his wife Zeresh and all his friends everything that had happened to him, his advisors and his wife Zeresh said to him, if Mordecai, before whom you have begun to fall, is of Jewish seed, you will not prevail against him, but you will surely fall before him. While they were still talking with him, the king's eunuchs came and hastened to bring Haman to the banquet which Esther had prepared. So the king and Haman came to feast with Queen Esther. Again, the king said to Esther on the second day of the banquet of wine, what is your petition? This page intentionally left blank. Queen Esther, it will be granted to you. What is your request? Even if it is half the kingdom, it will be done. Then Queen Esther answered and said, if I have found favor in your sight, O king, and if it please the king, let my life be given to me at my petition, and my people at my request. For we are sold, and I and my people to be exterminated, to be slain, and to perish. But that was the same thing. Yet we had only been sold for bonds, men and bondswomen. I would have remained silent, for the advisory would not have been worth disturbing the king. Then King Ahasuerus answered and said to the Queen Esther, who is he, and where is he who does presume in his heart to do so? And Esther said, the advisory and enemy is this wicked Haman. Then Haman was afraid before the king and queen, and the king arose in his wrath from the banquet of wine and went into the palace garden. Haman stood up to plead for his life from Queen Esther, for he saw that evil was determined against him by the king. Then the king returned from the palace garden to the house of the wine banquet, and Haman had fallen upon the bed upon which Esther was. The king then said, will he violate the queen in my presence here in the house? And the words left the mouth of the king. They covered Haman's face. Harbonah, one of the eunuchs, said before the king, see also in Haman's house the gallows 50 feet high, which Haman had made for Mordecai, who spoke for the good of the king. Hang him on it, said the king. So they hanged Haman on the gallows which he had prepared for Mordecai. And the king's wrath abated. On that day, King Ahasuerus gave the house of Haman, the Jews' advisory to Queen Esther, and Mordecai came before the king, for Esther had revealed what he was to her. And the king took off his ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over to the house of Haman. And Esther
Ah.
spoke again before the king and fell down at his feet. She wept and implored him to avert the evil plan of Haman and Agagite and the device which he had planned against the Jews. Then the king held out the golden scepter to Esther.
Ah.
So Esther
Ah.
arose and stood before the king. And she said, if it please the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and the proposal seems right to the king, and I am pleasing in his sight, let it be written to recall the letters devised by Haman, the son of Hammedah, the Agagite, which he wrote to destroy the Jews who are in all of the king's provinces. For how can I endure to see the evil which will come upon my people? And how can I endure to see the destruction of my kindred? Then King Ahasuerus said to Queen Esther and to Mordecai, the Jew, I have given Haman house to Esther, and he is being hanged on the gallows because he laid his hand upon the Jews. You may further write with regard to the Jews as you like, in the king's name, and seal it with the king's ring. For an edict which is written by the king's name and sealed with the king's ring may not be recalled.
Wonderful. Thank you. We are going to turn to the next page to verse 15. Natan. Page 139, folks, the bottom paragraph.
And Mordecai
Woo!
went out from the presence of the king in royal apparel of purple, blue, and white, and with a great crown of gold, and with a robe of fine linen and purple wool. And the city of Shushan shouted, and was, this page intentionally left
Blank.
artistic,
And artistic.
was glad. The Jews had light and gladness, joy and honor, and in every province and in every city, wherever the king's command and decree came, there was joy and gladness for the Jews, a feast and a good day. For many of the people of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them.
Okay, we're turning to page 147, verse 20.
Then Mordecai
Woo-hoo!
wrote down these things and sent letters to all the Jews throughout the provinces of King Ahasuerus, near and far, charging them to observe the 14th and 15th days of Adar every year, as the days on which the Jews had rest from their enemies, and the month which was changed for them from sorrow to joy and from mourning into a good day, that they should make them days of feasting and joy, and of sending portions to one another and gifts to the poor.
And thus we end the Megillah. Yay! Good job, everybody. Thank you, all of the readers. Let's turn back to page 87, which is where the concluding blessings are. 87, the blessing following the reading. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam harav et rivenu vehadan et dinenu vehanokem et nikmatenu vehameshalem gemul lechol oyeve nafshenu vehanifra lanu mitzarenu. Baruch atah Adonai hanifra le'amo Yisrael mikol tzarehem ha'el ha'moshiach. We praise you, O God, sovereign of existence, who pleads the cause of our justice, God of righteous judgment, who enables us to survive the vicious onslaught of the destroyer, God of deliverance. And on page 88, there's a nice little poem that we could read. Praised are you, O God of life, whose will it is to end all strife, whose word still hallows Israel's soul, who bade us read Queen Esther's scroll, because her courage and her will give us strength of spirit still. Strengthen us to keep your ways and help us live to sing your praise. So before we part, let's sing a couple of songs. right? Oh, once there was a wicked, wicked man, and Haman was his name, sir. He would have murdered all the Jews, but they were not to blame, ma'am. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be, and Nash some Hamantash. Now Esther was the lovely queen of King Ahasuerus. When Haman said he'd kill us all, oh my, how he did scare us. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be, and Nash some Hamantashin. But Mordecai, her cousin bold, said, "What a dreadful knave, sir! Our Esther is a clever queen. Her people she will save, ma'am. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today Oh, today will Mary, Mary be, and Nash some Hamantashen. When Esther, speaking to the king of Haman's plot, made mention. Aha, he said, oh no, he won't. I'll spoil his bad intention. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. And Nash some Hamantashen. Of all his cruel and unkind ways, this little plot did cure him. And don't forget, we owe him thanks for the jolly feast of Purim. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be. Oh, today will Mary, Mary be, and Nash some Hamantashen. Okay, let's see. Let's see. If you go to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, page 4. In Shushan. Let's see. So many of these tunes are similar that I get them mixed up. Oh, Haman was a high and mighty bluff in Shushan long ago. He ordered Mordecai to take his derby off in Shushan long ago. So we sing, so we sing, so we sing, so we sing, so we sing and raise a row. For Haman he was swinging while Mordecai was singing in Shushan long ago. But Mordecai sat and laughed in his face in Shushan long ago. So Haman swore he'd exterminate his race in Shushan long ago. So we sing, so we sing, so we sing, so we sing, so we sing and raise a row. For Haman he was swinging while Mordecai was singing in Shushan long ago. Oh, Esther was a timid little maid in Shushan long ago. But Mordecai told her she needn't be afraid in Shushan long ago. So we sing, so we sing, so we sing and raise a row. For Haman was swinging while Mordecai was singing in Shushan long ago. So she went to the king and she gave a smile in Shushan long ago. The king, he liked her manner and her style in Shushan long ago. So we sing, so we sing, so we sing, so we sing and raise a row. For Haman he was swinging while Mordecai was singing in Shushan long ago. Last verse, Achashverosh was a jolly little king in Shushan long ago. He ordered Haman to take a little swing in Shushan long ago. So we sing, so we sing, so we sing and raise a row. For Haman he was swinging while Mordecai was singing in Shushan long ago. See that? What? Raise a row. So we sing and raise a row. So I was going to say that many of these songs, and definitely that song, is in the grand tradition of perky songs about terrible things. Let's go to one of my personal favorites, Elimelech of Gilhofen. Elimelech of Gilhofen. Yeah, I'm sorry there's no page numbers. Good luck. Elimelech of Gilhofen. It has the title, so just keep going until you find it. Much like Lori looking for her lines in the play. Irish Elimelech of Gilhofen? I don't know. Let's see. How does this one go? Elimelech of Gilhofen drank l'chaim once too often, drank l'chaim and became a trifle gay. So he put his studies by, tipped his hat across one eye, and he called for his fiddlers to play. Well, the fiddler took his fiddle, put his bow across the middle, and the fiddle fiddled out a little tune. When the fiddler with his fiddle, 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 Elimelech bounced just like a toy balloon. Elimelech, feeling frisky, took another drop of whiskey. Twice too often down his gullet did it go. Called his friend and each relation to his Purim celebration. Then he roared for the piper to blow. Well, the piper tweedled, and the fiddle it repeated, fiddle diddle, diddle diddle dee. When the piper tweedled, and the fiddle it repeated, Elimelech was beside himself with glee. Then he drank 3 times too often, and his eyes began to soften, and the tears began to trickle from his chin. Oh, his ears, they were a-buzzing, and his sympathetic cousin whispered, "Please let the drummer begin." Well, the drummer's drum, he beat it, and the piper tweeded, and the fiddle, it repeated its encore. The drum was tweeding, and the fiddle, it was beating. Elimelech, fast asleep, began to snore. Oh, it happened in Gilhofen just from drinking thrice too often, and there's only one thing more that must be said. Purim celebration, use a little moderation, or you'll wind up with a grogger for a head. When the drum starts tweeding, and the fiddle it is beating, and the piper gaily fiddles fiddle-dee, and your head it starts a-whirling like a grogger that is twirling, then you're playing Elimelech's melody. All right, we're gonna wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up with Not by Might. It's on the second page, page 2, which might even have a handwritten page number down at the bottom. It's the first sheet. It's the second side of the first sheet. Lori is having a good time. Not by might and not by power, but by spirit alone, Ruach, shall we all live in peace. Not by might and not by power, but by spirit alone, Ruach, shall we all live in peace. The children sing, da-da-dee-da. Aww. Hear them call, and another song will rise. Another song will rise. Another song will rise. Is this when we clap, Becca? Not by might and not by power, but by spirit alone, Ruach, shall we all live in peace. Not by might, not by power, shalom. You know, my issue with that song, what am I drinking? The elixir of life. Lori, that's what I'm drinking. There's Slivovitz in my office for later. No, but the thing about that song is it's like a really rockin' kind of song, but then the end of it is so high that like everybody's like, ah. All right, that's it. Thank you so much for coming and celebrating. Wait, before you go, let me tell you, but wait, there's more. On Saturday at 10 a.m., we will have services, Shabbat services, brief, not more than an hour. At 11 a.m., we will have our family Megillah reading, for which we use a different book. It's also abbreviated, but it's a different book, so it's a little bit different. And it'll have songs interspersed in it. And so you're welcome to join us for that as well and come in costume. And then following that is our Purim Carnival. Tell your friends who have little kids. If you want to come and observe or play the games yourselves, feel free. That's downstairs in the function room from 12:30 to 2:30. And then at 2:30, we have a youth group event at which we are going to have a Purim escape room. And also, I think we're also going to play a Purim game that involves chocolate. So please join us for those other festivities. Lots of other things are coming up. Watch your email, check the website, and anything else? Thank you, everybody, for coming. Chag Sameach!
Thank you. Hag Sameach, everybody.
What do you mean it's a bust? Oh.
One is online. So there's one online, and she's really excited.
Okay, good.
Just mention it, that's all. Her name is Kelly.
Okay. You mean mention it on Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think my aunt is coming up. We have to figure out something else for next year.
Okay.
Not working.
Okay.
It is what it is.
How come it landed on Purim this year?
Because it's Faith Week.
Oh, it's Faith Week?
It's Faith Week. We always pick Faith Week.
And Faith Week doesn't care if it's also Purim?
Probably not. So, what's her name? The one Francis?
Yeah.
We need to pick it.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. It's the big version. It's massive. Thanks for coming. Good to see you, Rich. Thanks for coming.
I should leave some table?
I guess so. Oh, okay. But you should take the hat home.
Yes. I got that. Thank you. Right. So thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you. You were wonderful.
Okay, you're very kind. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. It was a good time. Tomorrow is regular. Okay. Yes.
I'm moving tomorrow. I don't know moving tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I have the kids in the morning.
Yeah, I know, but we move in the morning.
Yeah. That's fine. Nara, are you taking these home this week? No, I beat on 8, so I'll bring your off. Okay. Can we put it over in the box there then? Thank you. I don't know where that hat was. You might be in awesome hat that's different. Oh, you're moving those? Okay. My pleasure. Thank you for coming.
I'm returning you.
Yes. Nice to meet you.
I'm moving it tomorrow. No. Leave it. Okay.
What are we doing? Okay.